Okay, good evening. We have convened for an agenda review meeting of the Dripping Springs ISD Board of Trustees on this Monday, September 19th, 2022. The time is now 6:42 p.m. We have a quorum with all board members present this evening. As a reminder, the purpose of agenda review meetings is to review all of the listed agenda items in preparation for the regular board meeting next week. No action will be taken until the regular meeting. This is an opportunity for the board to ask questions and request additional information if needed, so the entire team of 8 is fully prepared for the regular meeting. We do not have anyone here for public forum this evening, so we will go into our agenda. It's kind of exciting. We will have recognitions once again, and we will have a lot of them. I guess we don't know how many students, but potentially 90, is that what? Which is incredible. 90 College Board national recognitions. Let's see. And so we will move on to the L&I report. Are there any board member questions this evening for Dr. Kidd? No? Is there anything that you would like to highlight to make sure that?
Yes, thank you. On page 2, there are a lot of different dates, and it starts with September 22nd, which is this week, with our high school counseling team hosting the 2023 workshop for parents and students to help navigate college application process. And the workshop's being held in the cafeteria at the high school from 6 to 8. And under the assessment, accountability, and federal programs, you will note that our 11th graders on Wednesday, October 12th, will be taking PSAT for national merit qualifications. And then also we do have a compliance report due to the state September 30th, and we are poised to submit that for ESSA, not ESSER, ESSA, for the title programs. Also, Ms. Hogan put in some great STAR results for special education students on page 3 that I think warrant just a nod and a pause to the great work. I do want you to just orient yourself to that map if you're on that slide or that page. The first quadrant shows students that did not meet, and we want that number to go down, right? We want more students meeting, and we're seeing that trend. The next quadrant shows 2 blue lines. I just want to orient you to that. The top line is general education students, not special ed. The bottom line is special ed, and you're going to see a sharp increase in students approaching. We're very pleased to see that. And that same pattern replicates itself for meets and masters as well. So we're really thrilled with those results for our special ed students this year. So thank you.
That is very, very exciting. And I will say I had to do a double take on the first quadrant because the bias is
yes, exactly.
Down is bad, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
Olivia, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was actually going to point out the same thing, that was very exciting to see with our special education results. I had a question. Can you summarize for me, please, the state required, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back up, and the state mandated health screenings that are happening now? Can you just give me a very brief depiction of what that is?
So that would be like vision, hearing. They do to show you here scoliosis, those types of things. Nothing new. There's no new screenings. It's just the usual, and it's by grade level. And if you'd like more information, we can definitely get Nurse Reed to add exactly what those evaluations are and what grade levels.
I knew that we do them. I guess the reason I asked is I just don't recall having received that communication from the elementary for Rocco this year, so I was just kind of curious about that process. Like, do parents know when it's happening and what's happening?
It could be that he's 4th grade, is that correct? It could be that 4th grade's not a tested grade level, potentially, but we can get that clarity and send it to you, okay?
Okay. Any other questions for L&I? Okay. Moving on to our finance report. We have both the general report and expenditures over $50,000. Any questions there? Tricia?
I did notice that we're using ESSER funds for some hold on, let me get to my note here. We're using ESSER funds for things that are happening year after year after year. It's not like one-off things. Do we know when the ESSER funds are gonna be no more, like when we're not gonna receive that funding again?
So it's the annual renewal for
It's the.
Go Guardian?
The LIM and Go Guardian, both of them. One's SR, I can't read my note and look at my thing at the same time, but yes. One is ESSER 3, and then the other one is ESSER supplemental funds.
So we have another full year of ESSER funding,
Okay.
and we have strategically grabbed items that were typically paid out of 199 or the general fund
Okay.
to supplement with ESSER so that we can support the other initiatives like teacher incentive pays and that sort
Okay.
of thing. So yes, we are aware that those will be ending,
Yeah.
and then we'll
We
take those on in our budget.
have a
Again,
plan. Okay.
LIM is Leader in Me. That
Yes.
used to be paid out of
Yep.
my budget.
Okay. Yeah, and I know we had done those for a while, so I just was making sure that we had a plan.
Did you have another question?
Nope, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, anything else for finance? Okay, next is our audit report update. Any questions there? We know we have a very long night tonight. So next is our construction report. Nope. Okay. And the bond report, 2018 bond report. A lot of these have very few changes, Tricia?
Yeah, on this one, I do know that we have in the purple, the BAC recommended projects. Do we have a timeline on the start and completion of those that we can add to the bond program summary that's on page 2? I'm guessing it's the current projects are in yellow, and then the completed projects are in green, and then the blue is the project management contingency, but the BAC recommendations don't really have any.
Yeah, I think they'll each be a little bit different. We can kind of put estimates.
Okay.
But when you're thinking about like some of that design work, we don't even have firms under contract yet for architecture.
Yeah,
So some
I'm
of them
just-
might have longer timelines, but we can put an
Oh,
estimate
for
up
sure,
there.
yeah, but we have purchased portables
Yes.
with that 600, so just kind of a breakdown of the projects that were have we started the Dripping Springs Elementary Space Shuttle work?
Yes, they decommissioned that space shuttle over the summer.
Okay.
So yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
just, I mean, it doesn't have to be
Total
like
finish
right
out?
away, but yeah, just
Yeah.
kind of a timeline and,
Yeah, we can put kind of time period or a quarter that we expect it to be done.
okay, perfect, thank you.
Olivia?
I don't know if we need a continuation, but kind of the same thing. Yeah, like I think 3 of those projects we've either started or have been completed. The safety and security items from over the summer, the space shuttle, and the portables. Wouldn't those fall off?
Not all of them are finished, so some of them are in
Right.
progress. So yeah, they're just what's been allocated. But yes, we'll eventually have an update when they're completed.
Okay, maybe a silly question, but why don't they pop up to current projects?
I think because this was kind of an update on the previous funds, but we can rework some
Okay,
of that.
okay, got it. Thank you.
Did you
wanna
have
add
an
that, Glenn?
explanation, please?
Really more of a clarification on the portables. The portables that we purchased this year were the ones that the board approved fund balance. So the 2 that we purchased that we added at Sycamore Middle School were from fund balance. The ones the $600,000 that was set aside by the bond advisory committee was for future portables.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the bond report? Okay, thank you, sir. Next is the HR report. We do have Ms. Duncan with us. Does anyone have questions? Stephanie?
Can you clarify again what the words transfer and growth mean on the list of staff? Is transfer within education just to a different district, or transferring within the district? Resign is obvious to me, but the words transfer and growth, can you explain what that means?
Absolutely. Transfer is transfer within the district. And then growth is going to be a new position that of the 30 that the board approved with the budget parameters for growth, it's filling a position that grew. So if we grew by a second grade, or if we grew by a specialist, does that make sense? For example, we had multiple teacher positions that were approved for growth for the high school. And so some of them filled the growth position as opposed to a replacement. It's another word for new position.
Yes, I
Yeah.
understand that. I think I'm like on to the next thing in my
Oh,
brain. I
okay.
apologize.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Because so I'm trying to understand how to read this, because in the first of new staff, it says transfer, but then the next list I'm looking at is transfers, and the vacancy reason is also transfer. That's just multiple shifting of those specific positions?
Right, so which staff in-house transferred is on that transfer list, but then new staff who filled someone who transferred out.
Is
If I
also-
had someone from second grade that transferred to third grade, that opens up a second grade.
Got
And
it.
I hired someone new to put into that second grade. Does that make sense?
Got it.
Yes.
So I'm also curious, and maybe this has been left out of our conversations, with all of the issues at large with staffing going on, how does transfers relate to year over year? Has that also increased? Do we have a lot of transitions within our district, or has that been relatively stable, or is that lower than average? I don't even know if that's really a fair question, because I know we don't necessarily track that data, but I guess I'm just curious how much other changes is our district facing outside of just shortages? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does my question make sense?
Yes, we don't, it makes sense. So we don't track the transfers formally like you're talking about. Do we have more who transferred in and out? I would say that if you have more openings, then there's more opportunity for transfer. And remember that we want our staff to also be able to move and to grow and to have other opportunities. And so those transfers are often promotional. They're often a change or a loop up with a certain classroom because of a particularized, instructional reason. And so our staff have opportunity to make those transfers. And we open up a transfer fair or a transfer form where those can be presented to, an elementary teacher would love to go to middle school, or a middle school would like to go to high school, or vice versa. And so we want to encourage folks to grow and to take those new opportunities if they're available.
Got it.
So, but I would say that there's probably some correlation with the more vacancies that we do have, the more opportunity for transfer. So I would say that there's more opportunity for change within the transfer realm as well.
That's good information, and I feel like that's a good thing to highlight within a fast growth district, like you're mentioning, with more vacancies, with continually more vacancies, not necessarily from low staffing, but from growth of our district. Those will continue to be transfer opportunities. I know one question we get from the community a lot is, why don't we hire from within? And what it sounds like to me, though, is at all levels of staffing, there actually is quite a bit of transfers and quite a bit of quote unquote hiring from within to fill gaps where we need them within our district.
Yes, for example, one thing I noticed, I don't have the formal numbers on this, but we had several general education staff members who, with special education openings, transferred or requested to transfer into special education, which I thought was really encouraging.
That is.
Because that is somewhere that we do have some concentrated openings we're working toward. And so I did notice that we had a number of staff from general education transferring into special education.
I think it's also a way for staff to self-select, kind of reinvigorating their career. You know, if you've been teaching the same grade for a long time and you want to move to a new grade, or you want to move to a new campus and, you know, try a new age level student, it's a way that they can kind of get a new opportunity to do something new and fresh and unique in their teaching. And so I think our staff, you know, sometimes self-select that just as a way to kind of stay within the profession, stay within the career, but also have a little bit of a change.
For sure. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, this is one of those things to highlight in recruitment. I feel like we have all these things that are intangible that people don't see about the quality of life of our teachers here, and this is one of those things, I think.
Well, one thing I will point out while we're talking about that new staff column is that this is the month of August in review, right? So even though we're in September, that's why you see such a large final listing of new staff who began in August. And so the previous teaching positions that we were able to fill in the summer, we reported as those were hired on. And then you have a large list here because of the start of school and that cyclical year turnover. So the new staff and the final growth positions and all of that, this is kind of that reconciliation and ante up of all those hired to finish out either vacancies or new growth positions. So that's a much larger list than you'll be seeing throughout the regular school year.
Good. Olivia?
Is there one thing I would like to learn more about is overall benefits of educators. I talk to people in the community all the time, encouraging people to come out of retirement or start a second career. And we always talk about in public education wishing that salaries were higher. Is there an easy place to reference either on our, and it may exist and I just haven't seen it, but kind of like what a career in education looks like for long-term retirement and benefits, anything like that?
More like, are you thinking more like a one pager where it's highlighting
Yes.
kind of here's what's great about. I
Yes.
don't have that to point to on the website. We have our salary and benefits page and it breaks down those different categories. But I do like that idea, just to be able to highlight here's what we offer. And I think I would want to look at that and then customize it further to here's what we offer here at Dripping Springs ISD. Yeah.
I'm going to throw in a shameless plug, though, because Pam Swanks this weekend is doing a bus driver fair. Come sit in the driver's seat and try a day in the life of being a bus driver. So just shameless plug, Saturday from 9 to 11, we're looking for bus drivers. And if you're curious at all about what that career might be like and what it is to be a bus driver and you want to sit behind the wheel, they're going to have that out at transportation. So just thought I'd put that out there. Saturday, 9 to 11.
Very cool. Any other questions for the HR report? Okay, next is the superintendent report, and I think it was just legal fees, wasn't it?
It is currently just legal fees, but over the weekend, we got some updates, so we will add for next week some new neighborhood subdivisions that are coming in and add those for y'all. Yeah, because we always get more of those, so.
Every time, okay. Okay, moving on to presentations.
Sorry, Mary
Oh,
Jane.
sorry, yes.
May I really quick? I do want to point out, thank you. We're going to have more opportunity to learn more about the reports. I'm just curious, for 2022 to 2023, why are our legal fees so much lower than any other year? Do we have the majority of those hit like in the fourth quarter?
I think it just varies by what's going on. I mean, different years you have different instances. So, I mean, we had a series of grievances at the start of last year, so grievances are significantly different from prior years, and so it just kind of depends on what has come in during that year.
Okay, any other questions? All right, on the Board of Trustees activity report, we'll of course add our TASB convention and kind of like last time, like at SLI, I'll just do the lightning round and everybody can talk about their favorite session from the conference. And then I think it's just Ron and Tricia that will have liaison reports. And Olivia would have, except that the meeting conflicted tonight. Is that what I remember? Or, okay. And then I wanted to ask you because when I first saw the agenda last week, the draft agenda, the shack liaison was an action item, and my understanding is it got moved up because we haven't voted. Is that what you? But in the board activity report, it's listed as something that we vote on. Barbara, do you remember? Okay. So we just need to update our board activity report then, because it currently, I verified today, and it says that we vote, so.
I looked back the past 2 times and it has not been an action.
Okay, so we had a discussion at board retreat. I know that, I think Stephanie volunteered, or is anybody, I haven't heard from anybody else, so let me know if, but we need to decide this, I assume, next week.
What is the question?
The board liaison to SHAC. I don't remember. Do you remember when they meet?
Karen? when
We
do
have
y'all
some outlined dates, and it's going to be Tuesday this year, usually for.
A Tuesday evening?
Yes, 5:30, I
Okay.
can't remember, 5:30 to 6:30, 7-ish, yes. We
Okay.
have a meeting tomorrow to discuss what those dates and times look like, yes.
Okay, so if you have a strong desire to be the board liaison, please let me know, because I guess we're not voting.
If they,
Yeah,
if
that's
they
what I was
do
gonna
end
ask, are
up-
we moving that to action then, if we're voting?
Well, but what I'm hearing is that we haven't voted in the past, so.
Oh, I thought it was decided, honestly. I thought we decided at board retreat.
We talked about it, but like I said, it was listed as an action item on the draft agenda,
Oh, okay,
and then it got moved up to discussion, so.
okay.
If it ends up being on Tuesdays, I can volunteer for that.
Well, I know you are liaison to something already, so do you want to, are you declining?
I don't actually really care either way. I don't feel so strongly. I was one position I volunteered for when we were at retreat, but
Mhm.
if you want to do it, Olivia.
Okay, so I'm hearing that Stephanie wants to do it and Olivia's doing Parks and Rec, but I don't want us to move forward as a staff thinking that, or are we still discussing on Monday?
Yeah, I'd have to look back at the board operating procedures, but if we're voting on something, wouldn't we have delineated that that was appointed that way? I thought we set out that they were all appointments made by the president.
The only
board
difference
president.
would be because that committee has statutorily required positions. That's why I thought, oh, okay, that's why it's in the board activity report as a voting. Can we just check statute? Can we do that? And if statute doesn't require a vote, then,
Okay, Karen, will you check that?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Real quickly,
Mhm.
if it's not in statute and we think we've already decided it, then are we taking it off for next meeting? Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, if we don't have to vote per statute, then we can take it off the agenda.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, is there anything else that we should cover in that presentation? Have we forgotten anything? Okay. And consent agenda, sometimes we have questions about the MOUs. Did everybody have a chance to look at those? No questions there? Anything in consent?
I just wanted to point out for you all that on the budget amendments this month, there is one additional attachment that might seem out of place initially if you take a look, but I wanted to provide some context on that. And that's that we do have to, by law, according to the tax code of 26.04, which applies not only to school districts but other cities and municipalities, that we include the tax rate calculations as part of that, as part of an appendix to our budget. So the way we introduce that is through our budget amendments. And then we will, after these are adopted, have them as an appendix on our website as part of our formal budget packet. So if anybody has questions on that, just happy to provide you the statutory citation for that.
Are you speaking to the action item that's later, or no?
No, this is the consent
Okay.
agenda item that we typically have with with budget amendments rather.
Okay.
And so that it is in two different places, and that is on purpose. One is for the budget amendment itself, and then second is obviously an explanation for the tax rate calculation as well. So I just didn't want that to be taken by surprise that it was in two different places, and wanted to provide just a little bit of an explanation. It's on the item sheet, but just wanted to get out ahead of that one. Anybody have any questions?
Okay. Barbara?
I'm going back to the previous item we were on, so I'll wait
Okay.
until, see if you're finished with this.
Any questions for Catherine? Okay, thank you.
Okay. So board operating procedures say for external committees, members shall be appointed to these roles by the president after consultation with the board, and then the factors to be considered for the appointment. So, I mean, I think it would be up to you if you, particularly with this one, because it, is by statute, if you wanted to have it on the agenda to show that that's, however you want to have consultation with the board. So maybe it goes on the agenda because you've consulted us. I don't know. That's up to you if it stays on in terms of that. But that's my understanding, that this, like the others, unless we find out, unless there's something in the law, which I don't think there is, that is like the others, it's appointed by the president after consultation with the board.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I'd certainly see the value of having it on the agenda sometimes, but boy, is it going to be a long night on Monday. So if we're all fine with the discussion at board retreat, then I would say there's no need to talk about it again on Monday. So thank you. So we are now on action items. And first is consideration of the Travis CAD Board of Directors nomination. And this is just something that we have the ability to, we don't have to, right?
No, there's a list of entities that can, so we don't have to. It's just if the board knows somebody. I know that's a small part of our district, so just wanted to provide you the option and make sure you were aware that it was an option, and then they would still have to be voted on in Travis County, so it would just be a nomination.
Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts on this, Tricia?
So how does that usually work? Do they just apply, like if they're interested, they would just send in an application, or?
Normally, the board nominates, so y'all
Okay, we just find
indicate
somebody.
you know somebody who meets the requirements that are outlined, and
Okay.
then y'all would nominate, we would do a board resolution. They would then be on the slate, basically.
Okay.
And then they would get voted on in Travis County from that slate.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Just need to know if y'all have an interest in doing that. If not, we'll take it off for Monday. But if you have one, then we need to bring you back a resolution on Monday. So I would just
I
need to
don't know
know
anybody that-
sometime this week. No.
So, Ron, you seem to know people everywhere. Or is this something where, should we keep it on the, well, it's not just keeping it on the agenda. You're saying you need to have prepared a resolution?
I need a name so that we can prepare a resolution and bring it to y'all.
Yeah, I don't think that's, I don't think in the past we've done that, that I'm aware of. Obviously, Hayes County is clearly different, but
Yeah, it's a small sliver for
Yeah.
us, and we're competing with that long list of western Travis
well,
County entities.
right, and I was just, actually, I was asking Ms. Cogburn, I think that we have, I'm not sure, I think we have, I'm not sure the number, but it's under, yeah, it's, she said it was, used to be 10 million in property value applied here, so it's not a lot of
Right. Okay.
properties.
So am I hearing take it off if we don't have a, yes? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I
So-
mean, we'll still get to vote when the list of nominees
Right.
comes, we vote, but this is just
Okay.
whether we want to add anybody's name to the list.
Okay, no one has a nominee. Okay, thank you. So, next is consideration of proposed recommendations for the 2022-23 School Health Advisory Council members. And you have a list of recommended candidates there. So obviously, you've been following all the statutory requirements for each category.
Actually going above and beyond. There's only 5 members that are required, but
Okay.
because of our bylaws and then what we already have put into place with our guidelines, we would like representation from every campus and the various areas.
Okay, are there any, Stephanie?
Yeah, I did notice that we've expanded this committee, and I just was curious a little bit of the conversation kind of about that. I mean, you expressed some of it already, just kind of wanting diverse representation also, but I know this was a somewhat significant conversation last year, I remember, about expanding, and there were strong opinions kind of on both sides. And so I'm just curious from the district perspective, kind of how that came about, because there's quite a bit of new people on this committee that we're going to be voting on.
So the reason for the expansion is by the end of the year, we meet more than just 4 times a year because of the work that has to be done. By the end of the time together, our committee actually starts to dwindle, and at the end, we had 3 to 4 people that would regularly show up and do the work. And so we thought maybe if we expanded that and we took out the one person serving in 2 different roles or 2 different campuses or what have you, that we would expand the potential for getting more people invested and then committed to doing the work with us.
I remember that was specifically a topic of conversation about student participation.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
okay. And also, is there a quorum to SHAC when decisions are made?
Yes, we don't follow Robert's rules like to the T, but a quorum is required. There are certain members that are
Okay.
non-voting, so the board liaison, myself, Tisha, we are not voting members. It's more of just the group. There is a chair, a co-chair, and a secretary that we collaborate with to do the work, and then they bring the recommendations in the spring to the board.
Okay. And just to clarify, these are 2-year appointments, correct?
Yes, the
Okay.
term is 2 years. Sometimes a member might have to leave midterm, if you will. There is a clause in the bylaws that say that any vacancy can be filled by the chair, co-chair, and secretary. So just know that I think you have to miss 3 consecutive meetings to be considered a non-participant with a vacancy.
So even for students, this is a 2-year appointment for them?
It's a 1 year for students.
Okay, 1 year, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for Dr. Kidd? Okay, thank you. Next is consideration of our counselor contracted services. Is this something that you will speak to, or?
Yes, we can do that in unison. So this is the request for proposal, and we outlined that timeline and when it went to the committee or the community for bid. And then we did get one response, and it was from the Samaritan Center. And the actual, when we went to review what they were proposing, it fit all the parameters that we were looking for. This is specifically for staff counselor, right? So it's not students. And so we would suggest and would like to recommend the Samaritan Center for counseling and pastoral care for our staff.
Stephanie?
I'm just curious, I guess I'll be a little bit of the bad guy in the room. I have to preface my comments that I know these people, and I love this service, and I love that we're talking about this for our staff. However, I'm a little concerned that we very, very briefly talked about this, I very much assumed as a theoretical, hypothetical conversation in our budget workshop, and seemingly out of the blue, it's now an action item. So I know there was some conversation from the board at that point in time at our budget workshop that this would be something, even a benefactor would want to donate money to provide services for. And do we have funding for this? What is that looking like? And just help me with the genesis of how this came to be an action item, because this felt like a little bit out of the blue to me personally.
So in our relationship with DSEF, this is part of what they've given us extra money for to be able to do.
Okay.
So with the mental health for students, they have added the staff piece on and actually gave us an extra $50,000 this year as a part of our agreement with them for us to take this on for the next 2 years and try and support our staff.
Okay, that gives me good clarification. Thank you for that. And that is enough money to fund all of this, or is this going to be requiring any money from our budget?
It could potentially require budget money, so that's the second part of the contract negotiation with them. So the first part is the agreement, and then the second part is the counseling services contract.
So this is just for the agreement that they have the staff to do the job,
To
basically?
picking the provider,
Got
yes.
it. So at a future point in time, it will come to the board
With
what
the
that would
contract,
actually
yes.
look like? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this agenda item? Okay. Next, we have consideration of an amendment to our academic calendar.
Okay, first of all, I want you to know that the academic calendar goes through so many different eyes and people and sessions. And when we looked back the previous 2 years, Founders Day fell on the same weekend-ish. And then we recently learned that, oh no, it's always the fourth weekend, but I don't think long-term residents even knew that we're on the committee and actually saw our academic calendar. So we learned recently that Founders Day is the 28th of April, not the 21st, as we originally planned for in our academic calendar. And so I say it's just as easy as taking that day that we have slated for professional development on the 21st and switching that to the 28th to align with when Founders Day really is.
Thank you. I got an SOS text message, and you were already on it. Tricia?
I got a little chuckle when I read through this. I think it's great. I think it's a great day to give the kids and the parents and the experience, and I really enjoyed Founders Day, but I did get a little chuckle when I was like, oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
We know now. Fourth weekend.
Barbara?
So I'm going to ask if there's any reason we need to keep that as an action item or if we can move that to consent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is consideration to select most highly qualified law firm and a resolution approving an engagement agreement with Bracewell.
Okay, so speaking of the RFP process, we went through the RFP process last month and brought the board our recommendation for bond counsel, and we have Glenn Opel from Bracewell here today. And so we have a contract that we're bringing before y'all that we have been in conversation with them, Elaine and I, to get started with them as our bond counsel for this upcoming bond election, and just wanted to make an introduction and then also let you know that we've got a contract for you to review, and Oscar's already reviewed it, and so we think we are ready to go with the board's approval.
Questions? Barbara?
So can y'all talk more about the fee structure? Is that, and I'm just not that familiar with these contracts, is that how it's ordinarily done? Just talk some more about that.
Yeah, it is. It's particularly the refinancing fee and the process within that. And Elaine talked with them and kind of checked on our fees to make sure they were comparable to normal fees. And so we negotiated that to get it to what we thought was the right place for our district. So that's one part of the fee. The second part of the fee is a flat fee rate for up to $25,000 for the election. And so whether there is a successful election or not, that we would have a service limit for the fees that we would pay as a district. Does that answer enough of your question, Barbara?
Is that the kind of contract we've done before on the fees?
I don't recall seeing the Norton Rose contract. They would have been Fulbright back then, but this is the fee structure that you normally see in a transaction.
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you at the end.
This is the fee structure you normally see for bond counsel,
Okay.
which is paid when there is a transaction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this item? Thank you, Tricia, for being our board liaison to that committee. Okay, if there are no other questions, we will move on to consideration of selecting the most highly qualified architectural engineering firm. We have Clint coming up, or?
I can start
Stephanie?
us off, and then, yeah, Clint can come up.
Can I just ask a point of clarification why this is listed this way?
For
logistic-
Bracewell?
Yes.
Yes, legal requirements, and so, yeah, we get
This
to.
is just one action item?
It is just one action item with lots
Okay.
of,
Okay.
go ahead, Glenn. Sorry, you can probably answer that better than I can.
Glen Opal with Bracewell. That long list of material that follows the actual agenda item, I guess 2 sessions ago in the state legislature, in an attempt to pick up and start to try to regulate a little bit contingent fee contracts that are big contingent fee contracts. The legislature putting these provisions that you have to give notice in that way, and it follows the statute anytime you're entering into a contingent fee contract. And technically, as your CFO was saying, with respect to the bonds, we're paid at the closing and delivery of the bonds. If the bonds don't close and don't deliver, we don't earn a fee. So it's one item, and it's all just state law clarification.
I had the same question, and yet somehow knew it was just the law as it is right now. So.
And it's the record for the longest agenda item listing.
So obviously there is not similar law for the architectural engineering firm. And so that, has that concluded, that committee's work, or?
Yeah, the committee is in the final stages of our work, so we had a record number of responses and had 27 firms that responded, and so we thank Tricia for helping with bond counsel and Olivia for helping for days and days with architecture, because 27 firms was a lot of information to go through, and we had a full day of interviews, and so we have come up with what we believe are our most highly qualified architecture firms for services to potentially move forward with us in the next bond projects.
Okay, any questions there? So you have ranked,
We have ranked all 27. We've given you our top 9 that we interviewed, and we are recommending 3.
so what is that going to look like next week? So you don't have just one, I see. Are we splitting the, hold on.
Yeah, so next week we will bring y'all motion language for 3 firms.
Okay.
And so we finished our ranking today, so you've got our top ranking in there, and then we will bring you motion language for our top 3 firms.
Okay. Barbara?
And is that going to be like you're going to tie a firm to a project? Is that how that's
No.
going to work?
So it will be for the firms and their work, and then what'll happen, it's a good question, because we were talking about this earlier. Administratively, the firms will come back, and then we will have conversations with them. One of the things that we know we have is prototype design for elementary, so then we'll go back to the firms, the top firms, ask them to bring us some prototype designs that they're using currently, so that we can start to look at that. And they kind of described in the process that they've got what they call like a kit of parts, where they've got different pieces of projects that we'll be able to look at to kind of then figure out our assignment for firms based upon administratively what we think is going to be the best elementary school going forward. And then we'll talk to those top 3 for who's going to be the best for middle school going forward, and so on. So we'll pick them by project. Right now, we're getting us a pool of architects that we can work with, and Clint or Elaine, feel free to correct me if I'm out of turn here, but that's kind of the process that we're going to be using, is to select that pool, have a top set that we're able to work with, and then to work with them to pick the best projects for their firm and our needs going forward.
Okay. Any other questions there? No? Okay. All right. Well, next we have consideration of a resolution, the tax rate calculation officer, truth and taxation. Catherine?
Oh, good. Oh, good. It's already on. Excellent. So, in a recent legislative session, Senate Bill 2, again referencing back to similar statute that I talked about in the budget amendment section. Here, the Texas Tax Code specifically directs us to appoint an individual for calculating our tax rate. So they go through the statutory calculations of the no new revenue rate as well as the voter approval tax rate. And so here we're selecting the tax assessor collector of Jennifer O'Kane, who has dutifully helped us in the past, and we're just formally recognizing her as such. We've discussed with her the fact that this is something that we're proposing, and she agrees that this is a sound recommendation.
Okay. Once again, an agenda item dictated by law, it sounds like. What questions do you have? Barbara?
Well, my question is, could it be moved to consent? We're just appointing our tax rate calculation officer.
Okay. Is everyone okay with that? All right. Thank you, Barbara. Okay. Next is consideration of a resolution to designate authorized school depository representatives.
So actually the next two items, both this one and the investment officers, are recognizing additional staff members that we have had come on board in the last month. Director of Finance Joseph Briggs, as well as Deputy Superintendent Elaine Cogburn, and giving them certain rights and responsibilities to do that, including being a depository representative. So having the ability, actually Elaine Cogburn is just the authorized depository representative. I'm sorry for that oversight, but for this one, it's to give Ms. Cogburn the access to the banks and have the signature on the checks for that, as well as the safety deposit box.
And so it's coming.
It is. I'm asking if we could move H and I to consent.
Okay. Does anyone have any qualms about moving those two? Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
And then the resolution on the tax rate adoption is next. That is J.
So we do have a presentation for you here. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I don't know if you're ready for us, but okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So we just wanted to go ahead and give you the presentation that we would provide for the taxpayers next week as well. There's lots of good questions that may arise of this presentation, so I wanted to go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a preview. So just as a reminder on the tax rate components, we have the maintenance and operations rate, which is our day-to-day operations funding for payroll programming, maintenance supplies, and recapture payments. And then, of course, we have the interest and sinking tax rate, which we've had a chance to talk a lot about with the bond. So paying for principal and interest on the district's debts primarily through voter-approved authorized bonds. And again, here with the M&O tax rate, it has two different parts. There's a Tier 1 tax rate, which we as a district don't have much of a say on. It's reliant on the maximum compressed tax rate, which is dictated by our property value growth and a calculation that TEA provides for us. And this year we have a 0.8046 maximum compressed rate. And then the Tier 2 tax rate is approved by voters. So back in 2016, DSISD voters approved to adopt 17 cents of Tier 2 pennies. Since that time period, House Bill 3 compressed those pennies down to 0.1383 pennies, which the district has continued to adopt as its Tier 2 rate for the last several years since that change in law. And here you'll see a history of those tax rates. And you'll notice the discussion that preceded this slide kind of coming out in the full tax rate. As you can see, since 2018, the total tax rate has decreased by 22.71 cents. So thank you, House Bill 3, for that compression. And you'll continue to see that tax rate fall as you notice that red M&O tax rate continue to fall as our maximum compressed rate continues to be compressed. So you'll see that the total proposed tax rate for 2022 is $1.2929 in comparison to last year's adopted rate of $1.3103. So here, just as a reminder, is the total tax rate calculation of the maximum compressed rate plus those golden and copper pennies, the 13.83 cents, and then the INS rate of 35 cents, proposed tax rate. And so here, this is just an example of kind of how those tax rates are set, the wisdom behind why we continue to follow lockstep with this MCR plus those Tier 2 adopted rates. So here is this entitlement is based upon the number of students, student demographics, fast growth allotment, the new instructional facilities allotment, and transportation allocation. And we are entitled to receive that full calculation of what that is, but only if we demonstrate what is called the local share. So that is by taking the Tier 1 tax rate, that 0.8042, and multiplying that by the state property value. If our local tax collections do not fully fund that Tier 1 entitlement, then the additional state aid is generated. But if local tax collections cover all of that Tier 1 entitlement, as they do here, in fact, in excess of that Tier 1 entitlement, then we don't produce any state aid on that Tier 1 section of the tax rate. And recapture is experienced for any of the overflow. So if you have recalled that image that I believe Ms. Rome provided to us when she came to present to us a few months ago at budget adoption, you have a cup, right, and any water that overflows off that cup is recaptured. And then in Tier 2, that's that 0.1383 pennies. This is an enhancement, although we don't necessarily think of it as an enhancement. We think of it as being required just in order to continue to provide funding for our programs. Tier 2 golden pennies, the first 8 of that 0.1383 are not subject to recapture, so we really like those. We get the full benefit of all of those tax collections. But with Tier 2 copper pennies, it's kind of like if you take that water and you pour it through a sieve before you have a chance to collect it in that cup. So some of that gets taken off by recapture as well. So if a district levies less than its local share, the state does not provide additional aid to make up that difference. And then if a school district does not levy the MCR, the district's basic allotment of $61.60 is reduced, thus reducing the Tier 1 entitlement, which results in more recapture. So basically, if we don't levy that local share amount, if we don't bring what's required, then we don't receive what the state aid is that we are counting on in order to fund our programs. In fact, it just produces more burden for us. So here in this slide, I think this is important to take notice of because as we continue through this exercise of adopting the tax rate, there's a lot of required language that is associated with each of the movements as well as the resolution or ordinances. And so we wanted to provide an illustration to you of where that comes from in the tax code or in the education code. And I think this is important to highlight that some of this comes specifically from the education code. You'll see on that top line that the Tier 1 rate is specifically mandated by the education code. Kind of makes us a unique taxing entity in that education code reference is only applies to school districts, where those next 3 do apply to other taxing entities. And so some of that language may feel a little odd or unfamiliar, and that's because we are governed primarily by the education code in what tax rate we need to generate that levy that we talked about on the last couple of slides as part of our local share. But in accordance with law, we are required to say certain things according to the tax code, even though that doesn't really cross-check or reference with some of the education code requirements. So here you'll see that we have 4 different rates, or actually, yes, 4 different rates that were talked about here. The Tier 1 rate, which was mentioned previously, the voter approval rate, which is you'll see on the far right-hand side that tax calculation of that Tier 1 rate plus the golden pennies, plus the copper pennies, plus the INS rate. So the first 2 are ones we've talked about before. And then we have the no new revenue rate and the no new revenue M&O rate. And again, these are required by law for us to calculate, although they don't really have a bearing on our funding per se. And so the no new revenue rate is the tax rate that produces the same property tax revenue in the coming year at the prior as the prior year, if applied to the same properties in both years. However, when appraised values increase, the no new revenue tax rate should decrease, and so you'll see that $0806. But again, if we don't levy enough to create our local share, then we don't get the funding that we need to be able to fund our programs. And so then lastly, there's this no new revenue M&O rate. It's similar to the no new revenue holistic tax rate, but it's applied just simply to the M&O. So how much it would take to raise as much M&O collections, not total tax collections. And so there's that there. It's required, but not defined for school districts exactly how to calculate that in the law. So you'll see that those particular tax rates then have a bearing on the tax rate adoption language. So as we have provided for you the motion language and the resolution language, this is where that comes from. So you'll see how that's connected back to the previous slide. We hope the color coding can provide assistance for you in trying to tie back where those words came from, why those calculations are the way that they are. And so you will see that we are directed to say that this is an increase. However, we are required under the education code to adopt a certain tax rate in order to get the funding that we need to fund our programs. So I can go into more detail, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of a first glance at all of those things. Certainly myself or Ms. Cogburn can talk through more of these statutes or where some of this language comes from as you have questions.
Thank you for putting this together. It is ridiculously complicated and further confusing because of mandated language, mandated action, and in the no new revenue rate does not consider recapture. And that's the fundamental difference, right, with other taxing entities.
That's one of the biggest things that is not considered. So if you think about it just on face value, if you're creating the same amount of revenue tax collections as the previous year, but your property values do generate in the funding formulas that you're going to pay back more of those collections to recapture, then you're not really left with the same amount of money to operate. So that is a simple way to look at it.
Okay. What questions do you have? Anything that you would like to see added to this presentation for our regular meeting that would even bring more clarity, or looking at the newer board members? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
And if you have any additional questions the next week, do not hesitate to ask myself or Ms. Cogburn about them. We're happy to share with you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Dr. Hedrick.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Knapp, I've always complained about this is just so complicated. There's got to be there has to be some school district in the state of Texas, and I used to do research on this, but somebody has to be able to impart how all of this is structured. And then it's a moving target anyway with legislation dictating the changes. Are you aware of any school district that has put together a better, easier to comprehend explanation of how these tax rates affect? Because like if somebody's reading this, they're going to look at the rates and the rates are going down, but they're paying more, obviously, because of increased property values. But I guess what I'm trying to ask is anybody out there communicating this in a more simple fashion? Because even for us, it's difficult to track all of the golden pennies, and anyway, it's very complicated. Is there an easier way? That's what I'm trying to ask.
If there were, I would look.
Oh, I think your microphone.
This one breaks, 3 strikes, you're out. I would love to find a simpler way to explain this. If you looked at the amount of time we spent just trying to put this chart together and reading the code and trying to interpret, there is a lot of missing words in the code. It doesn't tell you which tax rate you're comparing to. Is it just the M&O? Is it the total? Is it the no new revenue M&O? This is truth in taxation at its finest. It's not clear and it's not simple, and I wish there were a way to make this more clear. But the reason we put this together is because there are these 4 different tax rates that you are required to calculate, and the taxing office official, now the tax assessor collector, also assist in these calculations, and so it works as a check per se that are we getting the same number. I think legislative action would have to happen to make this simpler, and I don't see that happening.
I think the simplest explanation that I've heard is that when the individuals who were writing House Bill 3 were working, on the other side of the Capitol chambers was the individuals that were working on Senate Bill 2, and they didn't necessarily realize that some of the education pieces were being incorporated into the tax rate language as well. And so maybe just smoothing out that language such that some of this language that does make more sense in municipalities but applies differently to school districts, that some of that might be looked at as except for school districts, please adhere to this particular tax code. That's the only additional note I might make.
Olivia?
It doesn't explain everything, but I found a really great video. The water video, recapturetexas.org, does a great job with that one.
Thank you. I was trying to remember what website.
I'm sorry, it's recapturetexas.org.
Okay. Any other questions on this item? Okay, thank you. Next is consideration of extending COVID-19 leave. Ms. Duncan?
So good evening, board members. I'm presenting this resolution. In the past years, as we've had exclusionary rules for staff who are out ill with COVID, the board has correspondingly adopted COVID-19 leave to support our staff and support the rules that are required of us as the school district. So with the information from the Department of State Health Services, from TEA, and then the finalizing of our local DSISD COVID-19 protocols, we still have at least 5 days of that exclusionary period. And so we're bringing to you tonight a proposed resolution for up to 5 days of paid COVID leave for our staff members or for their immediate family members that they need to care for who have COVID. It's almost identical to the resolution from last year, with the exception of realigning to the 5-day exclusionary period. It was longer at the outset of last year. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Duncan? Stephanie?
Can you clarify for me, because I believe last year, I think the isolation period was 10 days, but I think we only approved 7 days of extra leave. Or am I remembering that right? Because I remember we didn't approve leave that was the exact amount that State
It was
Health
based
Department
on
required.
weekends. If
Because
you'll
of
recall,
weekends.
They had weekends in there that they were able to use, so.
So are we
if
kind
you
of
were-
assuming 5 days is probably not going to include a weekend, or?
It's up to 5 days, so they can
Right.
only use the days that they're absolutely out. So if they got sick on Wednesday, they wouldn't be using Saturday and Sunday because they would only be up to 5.
Okay.
Before, it was because it was a 10-day period, so the weekends always fell into it, so they
Yes.
ended up with extra days in there.
Got it.
If that makes sense.
Yes,
Because
that
it
makes
stretched
sense.
over a week.
And to clarify, this is just for COVID leave, so if, say, they never get COVID, this isn't a benefit that they would receive, okay?
That's correct.
And this is only for one moment in time, or can they use it multiple moments in time?
Well, it's up to 5 days allotted, so that it's not able to be used beyond 5 total days. So in theory,
Okay.
if they used 2 days for their own illness and then someone else in their family they needed to care for, they needed to use up to 3 more days, that 5 days caps.
Got it. Okay.
Olivia?
How do we see this differential from cold or flu or any other type of sick day, or having a child that is at home with a broken leg?
I think that the approach to this and my recommendation of the approach to this is much like we've discussed in prior years, that it's a lengthier exclusionary period. I mean, sometimes you can be out with the flu for 48 hours, sometimes you can be out with the flu for longer, just depending on what that illness is. But because we have a stated written Department of State Health Services longer exclusionary period, my suggestion would be that we look at it much like we have in years past, with knowing that exclusionary period is required, that it is longer than many of the other illnesses, and we're requiring that exclusion to correspond with that continuing COVID leave until this.
Do we have any state mandated, I'm sorry, I forget, are there any other state mandates or Department of Health about any other type of illness?
Yes.
Okay, this one's just the longer time period. is
Yes,
really the
I mean,
only
I'm not,
difference. Okay.
we can look at those, and
No,
I can work with Robin.
I'm just asking
but-
if they
but yes, I
exist,
believe
yeah.
that there are.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think they're just less typical. You know, if you get measles or something like that, there's other illnesses that have it. It's just not as frequent. And then with strep throat, you can get, on medicine and come back quicker as long as you're feeling well. With COVID, even if you're feeling well and feel like you can come to work, you're mandated to stay home. So it's the exclusionary requirement, and staff being unpaid as a result of that, even if they want to come to work.
Any other questions on this item? Yes.
Last thing, promise. Does there have to be a positive COVID test to use?
So we're going to be verifying that at campus level, and so we're working through making sure that we have that in place so that the verification is there.
So the choice is made at a district level to have that or not. It's not a mandate
I'm
from
sorry.
the state. It's a choice at the district if we want to implement the test requirement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yeah, it's local leave. We would be giving this as local leave, and so we would get to decide the rules around it. The difference is last year, Tiffany's department was the department that was taking all of that information in. So for 1,300 employees, they were processing this leave. It's now going to be at the campus level, so the campuses will process the leave.
Just
rather
like
than
any, yes, I'm
her
sorry.
having to manage that for every employee, which was significant for their team.
And so then it will be much like any other leave for illness. We have local leave, we have state days. It'll be that same, similar approval system. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, if there's no other questions, we will move on to consideration of compensation plan amendments. Again, Ms. Duncan.
Okay, that is me as well. We have added an additional position that's been hired and approved by the Board of Trustees, and so we are bringing a few compensation plan amendments, just as we have a couple of title changes and some small shifts. And so because we're bringing that additional position that we have not had, we took the opportunity to make a few slight changes and updates. And those are all redlined for you in the packet. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Duncan? All right. Thank you. And now we come to our legislative priorities. And I just wanted to point out, I'm pretty sure the board activity calendar has this in November, but we have learned that that's really late in the process because our legislators, this is the time to be contacting them as opposed to the crush right before the session. I also found the pre-pandemic legislative priorities were pretty sparse, And, you know, it's really just kind of the will of the board of how you want to approach this. I know for me personally, for instance, a fellow Region 13 TASB board member asked me about joining her at the Capitol. Well, I want to make sure that while I'm there, what I'm saying has been, you know, approved by the board as a legislative priority. Dr. Morris-Kuntz, do you want to walk through how you compiled this list?
Yeah, so we, as a leadership team, got together, went through other legislative priorities by other organizations, took a look at what our district's needs were, and came up with 7 key areas that we wanted to focus on as a district. Certainly some of those being educational funding, keeping decision-making local, ensuring that if there's state funding going to other schools like charter schools, that they have that same accountability that we do so that it's an equal playing field. Special education, which is just important to us as a school district, the teacher retirement system, which feeds into the teacher shortage issue. If you don't have a strong retirement system, then you're going to exacerbate the teacher shortage problem, and then assessment and accountability. So we picked some key areas, and then after going through those key areas, wanted to give you all some bulleted points of things that we felt like within legislative priorities happening across the state would be things that we would be in favor of and that would help our school system. So gave you all bulleted lists under each of those headings just to kind of get an idea of if you hear these types of things, for example, you know, increasing the golden penny yield, then we would like to see that advocated for, or TEMA, which we've heard a lot about, that we would like to see that as an option. So looking for things that if you're at the Capitol or you're seeing other legislative priorities or other bills on, that you would know those would be things that would have a positive impact on our district.
Anyone want to weigh in on? No, there are quite a few of them. Are there any that leap off the page of needing more discussion? Barbara?
Some of them seem kind of general, like support the elimination of unfunded mandates. So that one, I think if, you know, we want it to be on there, I mean, maybe we would say such as, you know, and pick the ones. Yeah, just.
Yeah, exactly. It's those types of things. So yeah, we could put a such as list of things that have come down that give us pause. Absolutely.
And then same thing, I don't know if this, you know, lends itself the same to being specific, but the other one that seems real general to me is support measures that maintain the authority of locally elected trustees to oversee the use of public education dollars. I mean, obviously, that's a priority, but it's very general. I don't know if there's something specific that we've identified is a you know, has been a challenge to that we would want to comment on. I mean,
Sure, I think we can look for that. I think just as bills come out with that type of thing, that's for us keeping in mind that those are really important, that y'all have the decision making about that, but we can look and see if there are some specific things that we can add to that with such as.
Okay.
Actually, I think that's a great idea, because in the moment we might not remember, like I thought of reading academies right away, but it might be nice to have a kind of even a one pager of the most important, and then just a couple of examples. Like Dr. Kidd, what would you say after reading academies? What would be a kind of onerous unfunded mandate?
A 45-45. Yes, and the 30 hours of 3-to-1 instruction for remediation across the board. So
Okay.
that would be huge.
Okay. Are there any missing? Oh, Stephanie, I didn't see your light.
Procedurally, just so I understand, is this something we talk about every year? I don't remember this. Every legislative, so every other year. Okay, got it. And you said November is too late, so this is something we're going to begin to talk about earlier than?
So a lot of districts have already voted on their legislative priorities and have already been talking to the legislators at the Capitol, just because it's kind of one of those lessons learned of, it's, you want to get into their offices when they have a chance to talk to you, and everybody gets slammed the closer to the session start that you get.
So again, procedurally, I'm just trying to, this is just almost like a FYI. Like, this is just for our board, so we're on the same page of what we support as a district.
I mean, it's up
This
to you
is-
if you want to try to engage in outreach with individual legislators. We've always historically, pre-pandemic, we tried to do that.
But this specific list is not like we as a board are going to rally at the Capitol with all of it. This is just saying, like, this isn't going anywhere other than for our own educational purpose,
I mean, hopefully
correct?
it is. We're talking to anybody and everybody about our legislative priorities of what affects Dripping Springs ISD. I'm trying to think. Ron, we went.
Right, but as individual board members, this is not.
So the idea
Help me
is-
understand the procedures of this, I guess. I'm just
Sure.
big picture, wanting to understand what we do with this and how it came to be. So I'm understanding between the lines here that it was Holly that drafted this, and we take this as a board through this discussion right now and next week as sort of, again, is this just kind of like our vision statement, you know, something that we're agreeing upon, that we value, that we individually can take on our own accord if we want to, or is this?
I think it's a
is there
little bit
something-
akin to if I'm going to reply to an email, hopefully I'm always trying to think, is this something that is a collective truth? And so you might feel really strongly about something in mental health because of your profession, but you shouldn't represent yourself as a DSISD board member to a legislator if we haven't collectively agreed, yes, we think that that's important. Please consider drafting legislation, or if legislation comes across, you know, your desk in this area, please keep in mind that Dripping Springs ISD would like to see X, Y, or Z. Does that make sense?
I kind of feel like two ships passing in the night. Am
Okay.
I'm sorry. I think we're on the same page. I'm just trying to procedurally, big picture, understand what this means, because it is an action item. This is something I am
It is.
voting on. So I just want to understand what this actually means. Is this some expectation on my part that I'm going to be rallying to the Capitol with this stuff?
Just
Is this
can if you want to.
Okay, so we're on the same page. So this is just saying, this is what we as a district value as priorities, bridging the gap from our district to legislation.
But I think if a legislator were to reach out to me and say, so for example, Commissioner Morath has talked about TEMA and that being in this legislative session. So for us, when we as a group then talked about that technology and instructional materials allotment, then our statement is that we want to ensure that our district can provide adequate instructional technology, and as a district, we oppose any carve-outs for TEMA that would decrease the funding for us. And so that then would be our position for if I'm getting questions and asked to speak about how does Dripping Springs feel about TEMA? This is what our board has said. We don't want you to take away the TEMA funding. That's important for us to be able to fund. And it's also one of those unfunded mandates because every child has to take STAR, has to have an individual device to take STAR, and so we have to be able to provide those devices. So it's the types of things that then we as a district will speak on if we're asked. It's the type of things that then you as a board member would speak on if you're asked. So it's kind of creating some guideposts for everybody being on the same page, for knowing from Elaine's perspective, what were the things that impact us financially? From Karen's perspective, what are the things that impact us for accountability? And so getting kind of our district leadership experts to help us figure out what are the things that might have an impact on us in this legislative session that we know this is what would be best for our district, and helping everyone be on the same page about those talking points.
Completely understand that. I'm sorry. I'm still just a little confused. So I read through this list. I don't have a problem with the list, the content of list. I'm trying to understand
What does
procedurally.
Stephanie go do with the list now?
Correct. Because then I guess I'm a little confused because then according to board operating procedures, I'm not the spokesperson of the board. It's either the board president or the superintendent. So when would I ever like, do I need to be researching and fleshing all this out? If people come to me with Q&A about this, do I need to be expected to rally to the Capitol? Like, what exactly are we doing with this?
Well, and
So I
that might,
understand it.
and that might be a good future conversation about advocacy and as a board, what we want to do together. You know, do we want to go to the Capitol together as a leadership team and do that? So,
Barbara?
So I know you said that November was too late, and this is September. Is October too late? Because, I mean, that would give us more time to discuss. Because basically, I mean, your question is, what does this mean? What do we do with it? And it's, yeah, I mean, I think we need to all, again, it's a really long list. And so, you know, again, it's a philosophy. Do we want to be targeted, or do we want to have a broad, you know, range of advocacy priorities? But yeah, everything on the list, we should understand and know that we're behind. So, because yeah, a lot of it is going to be, you know, Holly doing it. Legislators, you know, at the last minute when they're, you know, hearing a bill at, you know, 11 o'clock at night, you know, reaching out to somebody. So it's, you know, giving guidance to administration about what our priorities are. And then, yeah, there are some targeted advocacy exercises that, you know, TASB will set up. I mean, the day where they try to get us all to go to the Capitol. Because, I mean, they say this, and it's true, we're the largest body of elected officials in Texas. You know, there's, 7,000 plus of us? Is that the right number? I mean, so yeah, I mean, if trustees did, you know, all collectively use their voice, it's very effective. But yeah, so there's some targeted advocacy. I mean, you don't have to go do anything with it, but there's some targeted efforts that, you know, like TASB tries to get us behind. And then, yeah, there's just these informal, you know, reaching out by legislators sometimes, you know, if they can't get a hold of anybody in the middle of the night, yeah, they may call and ask. So we do need to at least, I think we should understand it, and we should understand specifically how it affects us, like particularly on a lot of these funding ones. You know, what is the dollar impact to us? I think we should be able to answer that. So I think it is a bigger conversation, and so that's what I'm wondering. How do we do that? Is it?
No, I mean, obviously, we can do it in October, and then if I join anybody next week, for instance, or the week after, you know, it can be just a general introduction as opposed to a message about anything in particular. Thank you for bringing up the rally day at the Capitol, where all trustees are invited and exhorted to come. Also, there's the School Board Advocacy Network. That's another option at convention, along with the Fast Growth School Luncheon, where you can learn more about what those efforts will look like across the state and within our region. I think 2 sessions ago, or maybe 3, I can't remember. I may be getting mixed up between a PTA organized event versus a board event. It seemed like there were several of us that were at the Capitol. But I just keep hearing about the impact. It really does make a difference to go in person and try to, you know, meet with legislators. And so then it becomes, well, we just want to make sure that we are speaking the same language. So, I mean, it's a great question. I understand where you're coming from now, but this is an area where, you know, I shouldn't be the only, you know, spokesperson. All 7 of us can be effective. We just need to be speaking the same language. And it also, there's a differentiation between, you'll see this as our delegate. We went through that grassroots process in January, and we submitted what we thought were top issues. And ironically, mental health was one of those that made it forward as a priority. And so that's what TASB staff is going to be, or, you know, one of the areas they are focused on. Whereas I don't think this list had a mental health component to it. So I'm wondering if there shouldn't be almost 2 lists, because we know that, you know, Dr. Morse-Coons is going to be tapped more than anybody, to your point. So if there's not anything that seems questionable, I guess, for lack of a better word, maybe she'll know that we collectively don't have a problem with that, but we condense it to a few highlights for the board members to engage in outreach.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we've heard time and again from legislators, what's really impactful is stories about how individual districts are affected. And so, you know, that's what I think we would benefit from, is just more discussion about each of these. Like, I'm just, you know, picking out different ones. Advocate for increased state funding for special education students, especially those with the greatest needs. Yes, absolutely, agree with that, but how does that affect our district? So maybe it's, you know, using some examples of what our funding is and what it's cost us, you know, students with greatest need. I mean, conversations about students that have to be placed in residential and that there's not funding for that. I mean, why are we supporting these? Because what does it mean for us?
Right. No,
specifically?
That's a great point. Before I get to Ron, give some thought to the idea of all of us almost like picking out our top dozen, maybe, and that would at least allow administration then to be really ready in October with, here's what we collectively landed on for our top priorities, but we need the impact statements for the district, something like that. I'm sorry, your light was on.
Oh, you're
before
fine.
Ron.
No, I agree with them. I feel like this is fast, and I'm a researcher, and I haven't gotten, I got, I don't know, just a few in. So if we could maybe push this to October, give us a little bit more time to kind of look, and then maybe we as a collective board can come up with items that it would help with even. I think that would be helpful.
Okay, Ron?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hetrick. Yeah, I feel very passionate about this agenda item for several reasons. Number one, it offers some credibility when you're talking to legislators because, you know, this is a board decision. This is a board corporate decision. It's not me advocating. And then, because I remember one year, one of my early years on the board, I voted no on the legislative priority because I disagreed with a part, but I had to, when I went to advocate, I had to advocate for what the board passed, even though I had to leave my prejudice aside. And you'll get questions, for example, Dr. Hetrick and I were in Washington several years ago, and we were, there was a lot of discussion around the reauthorization of IDEA, but we also got questions from a couple of legislators about E-rate funding that I had some conversation about just from some of the technology components. So it offers us that type of credibility. But I do think that this is, you know, just supremely important, just because we have to let them know, and then also be able to respond to some other questions. And if you're not going to be comfortable with every single statement. I certainly wasn't, but that's the board's decision. So that's why this thing is critical to vet. And probably I would agree with Tricia. We probably need to spend a little bit of time so that we can, you know, edit the document and offer some suggestions or some deletions in some case. Just because I would like to see something a little bit more brief, just because we're going to get asked some other questions. Like, for example, I've already been asked questions about ESSER funding, and everybody knows we bought hand sanitizer and that kind of thing, but they want to know about academic progression. So we will need to be prepared to be able to respond to some of the legislators' questions about funding.
I agree on learning more and diving deep and having more explanation. Like some of them have great such ases and then some of them don't. But I also don't want us to forget, Holly, please clarify. It is our district department leaders who helped create this list. Like, this really are the things that are important to HR and learning and innovation and special education. Like, this list came from our from our district administrators.
It did. We spent some time on it, but I also think that if y'all have other priorities that we want, I mean, if we want to put a mental health item on there, we can certainly come up with that. Some of this is because there aren't bills out yet, so where you see, you know, advocate for, and it's kind of general, it's because there aren't bills. Once the bills come out, then we're able to say, okay, so for example, on basic allotment, if they give you then, we're going to increase basic allotment by $25 a student, then we're able to do some runs and give you actual data around what that looks like, what that impact would be on the district. But sometimes without the specifics, just generally, that's important to our district because it hasn't changed since 2019. So it's kind of finding those, right now, those high-level things, but I think it does make sense that y'all need some more specifics and some such as's to help improve that. I also think it doesn't just have to be our agenda. We want to make sure that we're listening to what's really important to this board. We're representing our community and what, as Dripping Springs ISD, we want to be advocating for. So to do that together is really important to us. We just wanted to get the conversation rolling.
Yes, in full disclosure, I had asked Holly to bump it up because, like I said, when I found out that several area districts had already voted on theirs and we're already scheduling visits to the Capitol, I thought, oh no, well, let's not wait till November. Okay, so are we going to have any additional feedback for next week, or we're just punting to agenda review in October? I mean, I don't know. We're going to be busy with the convention, and that also might help crystallize some things. So, okay, so we'll just take it off for now.
So, excuse me, Dr. Hetrick, I was wondering if maybe we could just, take it off the agenda, and then everybody can make some comments and redirect those to Dr. Morris Coons, and so that we can put it back on for agenda review in October.
And I don't know what you think about moving it up to just like a discussion next week, like up under where we're discussing board things. Maybe put it up under there, because
Okay.
I always worry about, out of sight, out of mind. If it comes
Sure.
off the agenda, it's just gonna
No, I love that
be
because
more likely to fall off
yeah.
our radar, and then then in October, we're gonna be like, wait, what? We still need more time.
Right. No, that's a great point. And we will have all gone to different sessions at convention that will pertain to so many of these. So, okay. Thank you, Barbara. That makes me feel better. We'll move it to discussion. Okay, and the last action item is, again, update 119. So have any other questions arisen since?
So for update 119, yes, speaking of items you've seen more than once.
Mhm.
So this we've had on for a couple months, and it's really just 7 local policies that have some updates from TASB. And y'all have the red lines of those, but wanted to see if you have any questions that we can answer before y'all vote for that next Monday.
Tricia?
I don't really have any questions, but I do thank you for the time and effort that was put in to show the changes, because I know a lot of times I'm like, I know it's all been there, but it's all been the same color. So this marked up version really helped me kind of get through it, and I really appreciate that.
Okay, Barbara?
Okay, I'm going to make my final pitch. So in case anybody's following along, we had 14 action items. We're down to 8. We're still not to that good, solid 3 or 4 priority items. So I'm going to make my final pitch. Item C, the counselor contracted services, the one where we had just one proposer, and it's just identifying the vendor. It's still going to come back to us to approve the financial piece. So since that's my other, could we move that one maybe? I mean, I know you had questions about it, so you may not be comfortable doing that, but, so. Let's see, I had one. The COVID leave one. I don't know if that one's, we'd want to move that or not. The 5-day COVID leave that we've done now, this is what the
third year.
We've done it based, and it's the same rationale that they're mandated to
So I
stay
think
out,
Olivia
whether
was the only
whether
one
they
who-
feel sick or not.
Right. I mean, we can always put it in consent and then she can pull it back out, right? Isn't that, that's always procedurally, we can pull out something and.
Yeah, she's coming back, so we can.
We have a question for you, not to put you on the spot immediately. We're discussing what other things could go to consent agenda. So, for instance, we just collectively said the counselor contracted services could go to consent because the actual contract would come back to us for a vote. And the other question is extending COVID leave. Is that something where we could put it in consent?
Was there a consensus for yes?
I think so, because we've had it for a couple of years in a row, so. Okay.
Yay, that gets us down to 6.
So great, all right.
And just so y'all know, it's not a, length of meeting thing, although that's a side benefit. It's really to make sure we're keeping our discussions focused on, what really should be the work of the board
Sure.
for governance and, important issues and not just, more.
No, I appreciate it, and I tend to just go from one to the next, and so I'm so glad that you have an eye to that. I will say, in looking at the draft agenda, we're more likely to err on the side of putting everything in action, lest anybody think, wait a minute, that should never have been in consent. You know what I mean? But so this is the time to move it up. So thank you.
Yeah, of
Greatly.
course, yeah. It's helpful to have the agenda review meetings where we can use it for that purpose.
Okay, any other discussion on these items before we go to, we will have closed session tonight? Okay. Well, the board will now convene in a closed meeting to discuss the following items posted on our agenda this evening as allowed by the Texas Government Code per sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.0821, 551.089, and 551.129. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take will happen next week in open session. And the time is now 8:19 p.m. Thank you for joining. We are back in open session at 10:56 p.m. and having no action before us, we are adjourned at 10:56 p.m. Everybody drive safe.